Hello, testing, testing.
live stream such things. All good. Well, good morning everyone, welcome and thank you for attending today's Ordinary Council meeting. I declare the Ordinary meeting of 26 February 2025 open at 9 a.m. I advise members of the public that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under the respective codes of conduct, both inside Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and culture. Welcome to fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public and the media. At this point I'd also like to acknowledge the torrid month of extreme weather events that we've had since the last meeting, which has resulted in our region, the Whitsundays, being declared area for NDRRA funding. And that follows significant damage to our infrastructure right across the region. I guess specifically I want to acknowledge the efforts of our emergency services workers and their continued efforts in managing the crisis, but also towards council staff for going above and beyond to make sure that we're able to get back going as soon as we possibly can. So I really thank them for that commitment to ensuring our region's safety and the continued welfare of our residents. Okay, our first item, apologies, leaves of absence, which we have none recorded for this meeting. Item number 2 is condolences. Are there any councillors that wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of the community? On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsundays region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Would you please join me in standing for a minute's silence? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Next item number 3 is confirmation of the prior meeting's minutes. Can I please have a mover for that? Councillor Wright and Councillor Clifford second. Any discussion on this item? Okay, the motion that Council confirms the minutes of ordinary meeting held on the 29th of January 2025 are put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 4, business arising. So we had a public question responses on the 29th of January. Those response letters have been provided to members of the public in relation to the 29 January 2025 public questions and have been included in the section for information. Item 4.2 from business arising relates to lot 201 Scenic Ridge, and we had a report prepared for that. Can I please have a mover? Move Councillor Barman, accepted. Second, Councillor Clifford. Director McGaffin, would you like to speak at all to that report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a hot topic of conversation with a lot of residents taking a very particular interest in it. Just very quickly, the land. I'll get this machine to work soon, Mr. Mayor.
We touched that. Would you like milk?
Yeah.
Anyway.
No. Lot 201, 1.49 hectares.
Okay.
Been zoned residential since at least 2000. Council hasn't ever owned the land. There was a view in the community that council had owned it at one stage. The DA was approved back in 2005, so It's been a staged development, and councillors will be aware there are several legacy type approvals that have been in place that were issued a long time ago, and they are done in stages and they take a long time to filter out. This is the last stage that's just recently been undertaken. The approval has been amended several times. The issues really were that there was a pre-start meeting for this land held on the site in November 2023. Council was notified of the intent to move machinery onto the site in mid-2024. Clearing works commenced in December 2024, and we received formal notification from the proponent that the works were being undertaken late December when we were shut. So beginning of 2025, we became aware of not only the clearing but also of the concerns of the residents. So just very quickly, the approval over the land has changed. The most recent is 4 lots, as you can see on the screen. And yes, there was a condition requiring selecting vegetation to be removed and adhering to an environmental management plan. The process was that the vegetation to be cleared on the land basically followed the rules that are in place at present, not the rules that or the conditions that were imposed on the development in 2005. So no trees were individually marked as we expected, and on that basis it's unclear what sort of vegetation was likely to be left on the property after the clearing. So the planning controls since 2000 that were in place in 2005 have basically been overtaken, and the ability to control clearing of vegetation in urban zones is very difficult, and in fact this land was identified as a Category B matter of significance, and even that is allowed to be cleared if it's land that's intended for urban purposes. So you can understand that the community had seen that the property was identified as Category B, giving it some significance, but the overriding issue was under the regulations it was still able to be cleared. Just in response to some of the issues raised by the residents, Lot 201's never been categorised as a nature strip. It's 1.49 hectares. The expectation of a nature strip is probably thin, long, out the front of a person's property just before you hit the road. So it's quite different in that regard. The number of lots that is being developed is 4. There were I think 12 that was originally improved, so the density of development is significantly less than what was originally approved. Some of the residents were concerned that, or disappointed that the council hadn't notified them that the clearing was going to occur, and particularly about the sale of the land, and the land has changed hands since 2005. Our response to that is that the council doesn't notify ratepayers when private land is sold. That would be a pretty exorbitant impost on council resources. Erosion and settlement control is another issue, and that's been addressed. Not only have we been on site with the proponent, but we regularly monitor it, and particularly referring, Mr Mayor, to the rainfall that you mentioned. The site has performed well, albeit that yes, there has been some erosion that has occurred, and we have confirmed that the stability of the drainage lines are acceptable. So the engineers have been out there on site several times monitoring that, as they have with the stormwater runoff, which has been acceptable. Again, there was concerns about the property boundaries. We've had it confirmed that there's been no works undertaken off the site. The issue with dust and pollen and noise are acknowledged. There's not a lot we can do about that. Any land clearing, whether partial or total land clearing, will involve the creation of dust. We have had previous instances where vegetation is removed, and we have been quick to make sure that there is a water truck on site to keep the noise down, to create as little impact as possible to the adjoining residents. Council isn't aware of works occurring outside permitted hours. And there was a bit of a query about how council controls land that is heavily vegetated. And essentially, we do that through the zoning. In this instance, the land was zoned low density residential, so that's why it didn't have a strong environmental protection layer over it. Certainly, environmentally significant land is basically controlled through the zoning, and it's appropriately zoned environmental or open space, or council places covenants over the land. And hopefully, Mr Mayor, that summarises the comments from the submitters.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Cook.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director. Aren't trees like Mackay cedar and Whitsunday bottle trees protected? Was my understanding of the Act.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford. Through you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'd need to go and just double check the exact names of the trees that are particularly protected. I'm not aware of any protected species being on this site. So the clearing, as I understand it, is fine.
Okay. There are on others.
Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks to Director McGaffin and the department. I asked for this report really to be clear and show Council's position. One thing that surprised me is there's no mention that some trees were maintained. Even when they spoke of a Spire estate down the road, trees were maintained. It says there's a preference for areas to be clear felled, but houses there have been built in close proximity to existing trees. I'm sure those people are very happy. That was their preference. So I think that's a very blanket statement. The other thing for me here is it mentions about there being an exemption. Under this being Category B regulated vegetation, the state exemption for under 5 hectares is that there is a development permit for the subdivision. That shifts from the state the responsibility of assessing that vegetation to the local government. I think we need to be respectful of that categorisation and in these instances take these things into account. I just showed earlier, I don't think the residents had a problem with the scrub being cleared. I think they began to call when the established big trees being clear felled, and I can understand that concern. The other thing I saw in here is people asking about notification. Now, that's not in the planning scheme, but our development manual requires the developer to notify us at least 7 days before they start. That's not in the planning scheme. We do conditions on short-term accommodation where the owners are required to notify the surrounding neighbours that they've got that approval. That's not in the planning scheme. I think what we're seeing here is the possibility for council to consider within significant works under an operational works application that it is considered whether a condition should be imposed to advise surrounding people if it's significant works that could affect their health and to notify them of the proper authorities if there is a breach of the Environmental Protection Act. Just something I'll put forward to consideration. I'll sum up by saying we put out a Facebook post yesterday saying we live in one of the most environmentally diverse and delicate regions in the world, and to protect our local ecosystem, everyone needs to play their part. I think our planning department should get on board with that sentiment. And if we are dealing with these specific areas of environmental significance, that we do take into consideration the whole ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any further comment on the report? No, the recommendation is that the report is received, and I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 5 is the mayoral minute, so there is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item 6, notice of motion. No notices of motion have been received. Item number 7, deputations. No deputations have been received for the meeting. Item number 8, petitions and questions on notice. We have no questions on notice from the previous meeting. Item number 9, questions from the public gallery. Mr CEO,
We have received a letter which is basically an operational matter. We have now referred that through me to the Director to respond immediately, and that's been done. There's no other questions.
So there's nothing further on questions from the public gallery. We'll move to item number 10, which is our committee reports. 10.1, which is Audit and Risk Committee meeting, 11 February 2025. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Wright. Director Bradshaw, would you like to speak to this?
I can, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I did want to bring to your attention one amendment to be made to those minutes. In report item 4.1.3, in the executive summary, it makes reference to a audit actions outstanding listing, and that sentence will be deleted from those minutes as part of this confirmation process. So the recommendation could be amended to reflect that change so that it accurately brings out the relevant sentence, so that it doesn't provide for that document to be publicly accessible outside the realm of the council, is the intent in that. Yeah, so we have a amended set of wordings for consideration really by the mover and the seconder, Mr. Mayor, to take the amendment forward on the basis that it doesn't add value to the minutes, but it does expose some potential risk to council. Happy to take any questions.
So Councillor Finlay, as a mover, are you happy with that change? Councillor Wright? Okay, thank you. Any comment or discussion on the
Mr. Mayor, it's not the first time I've raised this issue. I think we just need to be sure that there is some information that should remain confidential within audit and risk, especially. I think we just need to keep an eye on this going forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, the motion that Council endorsed the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 11th of February 2025, subject to removing the noted amendment. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to our officers' reports at 11. Just a couple of notes here. Item 11.7 has been withdrawn on the applicant's request. And item 13.1, which is the late report item, we'll move that forward to discussion at the end of the officers' reports. So first one is 11.1, the 2024-25 operational plan put to review. I move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Mr. CEO, would you like to kick us off with the overview of the operational plan?
Yeah, so it's with pleasure that we introduce this operational plan report in relation to. It's basically our half-yearly report in relation to what we've achieved so far. The staff have been progressing through many of the actions. You'll see that the majority are progressing through this process. It's a good time to check on a lot of our projects to see how they're going and see how we progress through that process. Also note, as the Mayor mentioned, we've actually had a lot of staff involved in the weather activity and responding to them and continuing to respond to some of the activities in relation to that. That has taken us off some of our day-to-day work, but obviously we'll continue through that process. Just 3 points before I go to the directors. We've done a waste in the Whitsunday's event. It was a very good event that brought a lot of our partners together to show that we're actually in this journey in relation to waste and how we deal with it and working with our community going forward. So I think it's a good start to a process of really working through how we'll be dealing with a very important issue, waste, over the coming years. We also saw Bernard Salt come and provide some insights to a lot of our community groups and to our development industry in relation to what's the region doing, how are we growing, how are we perceived and moving forward. And that's given us some real insights and guidance to actually aid us with our economic development strategy preparation. We've also progressed with the master plans. We've got a number of master plans in full swing at the moment. We've got working through them, and hopefully they will then move into a more public display period later this year, and obviously adoption so that we can guide some of our key areas from the Bowen Foreshore to Cannon Vale to Airlie Beach and our new sports facility. So they're just some highlights for this particular half year, and I'm happy to pass over to
We'll go to Director Murphy if you'd like to provide an update.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I'll take the report as read. There's a few in there that are of interest. In particular, the staff have been involved in the program with the Bowen High School, with getting the kids out and actually that transition between school and work and giving them an opportunity to come and work with council. I think the real highlight there is just the way in which we're able to work out how best to manage risk and not be so focused on needing white cards and just working our way through how we deal with those kids and get them on site. It's been fairly beneficial. The feedback from the school has been fantastic. Otherwise, we didn't have a bad run of weather in the last quarter leading up to Christmas. It didn't really start raining until just before late December. So we actually did get a lot of work done. So the gravel resheeting program was largely progressed. There was significant progress even with the DRFA works on the unsealed road network, the last tranche. Again, a lot of that's been held up now because it's been pretty much wet since then, but this is the quarter, October to December. So again, looking back in the last 3 months of last year, we had a fair crack at maintaining our service levels and getting some work done. And I think it'll be a different story with the next quarterly report, but the second quarter of the second half of last year was pretty good for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will note just up front behind what the CEO said, there are a couple of amendments on page 95 and 99 where the minor typos will be corrected in that report. Two matters of significance for me to raise, Mr. Mayor. First one is around the development of business continuity planning across the organisation. So during that quarter, we worked with the team at Whitsunday Coast Airport in developing their business continuity planning that complements the other emergency planning work that they do at the airport. And secondly, and of no surprise to councillors, the development of the new corporate plan for the forward strategic direction of council. That work commenced through the quarter, progressing to a draft stage, and I know will be discussed further and confirmed over the coming months to council. Happy to take any other questions.
Director Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in line with Jason's comments about the continuity plan at the airport, we undertook in November the full airport emergency exercise. So that's actually a simulated event that involves Queensland Police Service, Queensland Fire Service, ARFs, Home Affairs, and it's an activation where an aircraft missed approach, casualties. So we actually involve a full day exercise where we have actors, people in makeup, make as life as like as we can, so that we're ready and prepared for an event if it was ever to occur. So great feedback. We did the whole debrief on that. Home Affairs were really happy that they don't normally come to these events, so to have them there, I think was a great thing. On insights, they see how we're on the airport and vice versa, so it was really very good. Another plan we've done is actually bring out the accessibility of the airport. So Marianne has been working to deliver the Hidden Disabilities Program, so lanyards with sunflowers. So if passengers have particular needs, we can identify that discreetly and then work with them to make their experience at the airport so much better. And that is complemented by 360-degree virtual assessment of the airport on the website with Surge. So somebody can go and look at the airport, determine how the best way to get from point A to point B is. And so that really is, I think, a great achievement for council to be able to identify and improve in areas such as accessibility. And happy to say that we had the Whitsunday Christian Children College come out and do a full airside and operational assessment of the airport, which included aviation fire services. Potentially out of the 11 and 12s, we've got a couple of new employees at the airport in a couple of years' time. So great achievement by the team, and thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Roddle.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to be involved in a couple of events, of course. Council will remember they adopted the Flying Fox policy in December, and that is actually to for council staff to assist folk living with flying foxes, and also to be able to apply for grant funding from the state when there's funding available to assist with dispersal work, that type of thing. We also, a good news story in association with Zonta, the domestic violence program.
installed the 3 red benches across Collinsville, let me think about this, Cannonvale, Proserpine and Collinsville, and are continuing to work on quite a few projects in the customer service area. One is implementing the strategy, and the other is with the internal knowledge-based program that the staff are building, so we actually become far better at just one point of contact when a customer calls in. The customer service staff can probably answer a lot more questions than what they are doing now. So that's
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was a lot of business as usual as far as regional strategy and planning goes, as far as the number of applications. They've been quite consistent through the year, so it's good to see that. There was a bit of a squash while everybody thought that something would fall off the end of the world if their approvals weren't through by the end of December. So that was a bit of a rush. The good thing is that we continued work on the growth management strategy, the Proserpine to Shute Harbour principles, and particularly some work on the master plan regarding the Cannonvale City Centre Development District. And apart from that, there was the start of the background for the rural residential strategy. So the growth management strategy, the master plan and the rural residential stuff will gather some pace as we go into 2025.
Councillor Finlay, comment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to commend everybody and the whole team of putting this together and the works that go on behind the scenes. And it's something that I spruce about to the community and to the different groups that I'm associated with. And I've already given the heads up that this is a document that's coming up today. And really, this is a fantastic document to get out there to the community. So with the help of our communications team, you know, I was hoping that we get a PDF of this sent out to the councillors so that we can then email it out to all our constituents as well. It's really, really well received, Mr Mayor, this type of information. We're talking to people generally, and just on the back of your presentation at the BCE breakfast, the positive comments that I've got back from that's been given out is amazing. And it's so good to hear because people are really finding out what council is doing, what's happening behind the scenes. And it's so good to be out there, this positiveness. It's actually instilling a positiveness out there in the economy as well, in the community as well, which is a great thing because that flows on for any investors that are coming into the town as well. And this is from out of town region as well. So a document like this, it's great to have, and we'll send it out. And let's just get it out there amongst our troops. I'm not sure how we attach this document to our Facebook pages, but that's obviously communications that picks us up with that type of thing and get that out there. So, Mr Mayor, I just again commend everyone from the whole team behind the scenes putting all this together. And obviously this is just a snapshot, but it's a great document to be out there. So, thank you, Mr Mayor.
That's all right.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Probably a more specific question for infrastructure services. Just in regards to the weather event that we've just recently had, and previously there was a lot of contracts that were awarded through the DRFA. I don't want to speak about individual contracts, but as a whole, are we progressing to continue those contracts at the moment?
Mr Mayor, it's actually a capital question. So the current tranche of work, Councillor Wright, is actually managed by capital still. So I know that Mr Haggie is working his way through working out how much additional damage. So we in effect we have to complete the inspection of the current damage and then work out whether or not there's damage on damage and whether or not we need to go through a new process or whether the existing process can just continue. So each tranche of work which has been allocated to each contractor will be assessed individually, and then communication had with that contractor once that assessment is completed about how it's intended to be progressed. If it's damage on damage, then we need to work out how we actually manage that around the old pricing schedules, give a contractor an opportunity to reprice. So there's a whole heap of work to be done in that space if it's going to change significantly. I don't have enough knowledge of each of the individual tranches to know what the most likely outcome is. We're still inspecting some roads, so that's the challenge for us, is that it still could be a few weeks before we know where that's up to. But I'll have a chat to Mr Haggie and just see where he's up to.
Thank you.
Just a question I have directed to the CEO. I guess just looking at some of the action items from the report there, and noting that we're effectively talking to the mid-year point of the operational year. There seems to be a number of items that are tracking below 50%, and I think probably talking to what Director Murphy mentioned before around the disruption of this weather event. I guess my question is, are there any operational items that are at risk for the year in being implemented?
Yeah, you can see that a number of the items are sitting below the 50%, which is kind of where you would expect them to be generally in relation to them. Some have a phasing, which is later in the year in relation to it. We are seeing that we're doing a bit of a hand-on heart at the moment in relation to our actions, which is basically to say, well, where are they likely to be? Where are they likely to finish? And try and actually provide that to you potentially by the next quarterly report. And say, well, what is the new timeline for that? Is that pushed out, or are we actually able to achieve those? So we will be doing some further work in relation to that. We know pretty much where they are at the moment. It's a fairly large program, and there's a fairly large amount of business as usual, as Director McGaffin also explained, but we're just trying to have a look at that workload and reassess it at the moment going forward. But our approach is, this is the operational plan, so our focus is on doing those actions as best we can through the process, and to complete the majority of them by the June 30 deadline that we have before us, with the resources we have available.
Any further, Councillor Barton?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Maybe on the back of the phasing Ryan was just asking about, I've been eagerly awaiting the third quarter and the omni-channel rollout. I know there's a mention of SnapSend Sol here. From what I can understand, we've got issues right through digital interface to administration and then going into records. Is this program really helping us to work through all those stages? And I see, a real cost benefit here if we can reduce the manual administration and improvement of customer services. I was just wondering if there's a bit of a broader spread to that.
Mr. Mayor, as part of the IT review, we've really been looking at the full spectrum. One of our issues is obviously the main component, the thing that provides all of the access in the back, which is the record system. It's currently in a particular system, and we're hoping to roll it into the new Tech One system. That process is going to take some time and a fair bit of effort to go forward. We are looking at ways where we can do the front end, which might convert us to a digital form. It may still have to go through a bit of a back of house process before it can run through, but if it can be set up, we can test some highly used components earlier, then we'll actually be able to kind of make sure that the transition occurs in relation to our public going forward. So one of the issues is the front end, how much we can change in the front end, and the back end, how's it actually working. So we are looking at both, but I think there's still quite a bit of work to run through that. I know that the comms team is looking at the front end. We have some techniques we can try and do with some new contracts to let us do some of that work, but at the moment we don't have a great deal of capacity in the back end. So I think over the next 2 years we do need to do that transition. We are seeing that there are parts of our business and also parts of our customers who are really wishing to move to a much more digital form than the current arrangements we have in place.
Appreciate that. I certainly see value in systems for some of our residents as well. Eagerly looking for the appropriate balance here, the best outcomes. Probably just to Director Jason is, do we need to amend this motion at all for those couple of changes? We just left out the Bowen Red Bench and we didn't give the airport the cred for their Gold Award and the Tourism Award. So do we need to make any changes to this, or does it stand as it is?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make a change to the resolution. We have actually made changes to the report, so the final version that will be produced in the minutes will have the correction already noted in there. So it has been actioned. We could amend the resolution, just put subject to minor amendment, and that provides some clarity for that to occur.
Councillor Clifford, are you happy for that
Yes,
to occur? And Councillor Barner? Yep, okay. Well, we can include that in the resolution to include those minor amendments. I guess just while you do that, I did have one further query, and I guess it's just directed to Director Murphy with regards to the one item we flagged as being completed, being the biosolids reuse plan. It's one I'm quite interested in. I think we talk about opportunities for council to be more sustainable, and I think that's a fantastic one. But I just note that in the comments it reports that the project's stalled. So I guess could you provide an update, and I guess is it complete? Are we going to be revisiting the master plan and the analysis, or is it not progressing?
Yeah, previously, I think I have to take it on notice. There was a few issues with the site with the recent wet weather events that prevented us from depositing material there. So there's some challenges with weather. Secondly, the legislation continues to change. So our management of PFAS and other whole-of-life chemicals is making it more difficult to do. So I think it's probably a case of I'll take the question on notice, and maybe it's more a case of reporting back to council what the long-term plan is for the site, because where we thought we were when that work started a few years ago, again, the goalposts have moved to make it a lot harder to do what we thought we'd be able to do.
Thank you, Director. Last one, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Just on the back of that one, I thought it was for Director Adam, but I was just wondering if in our national motions or something, perhaps PFAS is something worthy of consideration for putting in a motion. I see it's been really difficult for us to manage on a number of fronts. I'm sure similar councils are having problems.
Yep. Noted. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Okay, if there's nothing further, the motion that council receives the operational plan for Q2 progress report for the period October 24 to 30 December 2024, subject to the minor amendments discussed. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11.2, which is development application for material change of use, short-term accommodation at 31 Airlie Crescent.
Move to refuse.
Move to refuse, Councillor Clifford. Do we have a second? Second, Councillor Marmon. Do you want to talk to this one first, Director McGaffin, and I guess probably maybe if you want to think about the grounds for refusal?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. 31 Airlie Crescent, Airlie Beach. It's a vacant block of land. It's a vacant block of land at the moment. Two-storey. It is conditioned to operate as one. There are two levels, requiring them that they can only rent it out as one entity. It has the required number of car parks in it. We did receive two submissions, one from a neighbour, one from a third party from Townsville. So there was some concern that it didn't comply with the purpose of the zone. The plans, as you can see, has the required car parks, 5 bedrooms, what you would normally expect in a dwelling. There are many short-term accommodation already in existence. The land opposite is zoned low-medium density, so you have several units in there as well. There is a 25% of properties for short-term accommodation, but you will accept that it is in the area close to Airlie where we're looking for tourism and accommodation and things like that. So it is within that area that the council has looked at to be appropriate for short-term accommodation. We don't have any complaints on the files for any of the existing operations, the short-term accommodations in that area. The submissions looked at the purpose of the zone, the scale of development, noise, privacy. There is some geotechnical issues. You'll understand that the land is quite highly elevated and it slopes significantly at the rear down to Proserpine Shute Harbour Road. So there are geotechnical issues that we feel can be covered by conditions of approval, and there is a need to identify a refuse storage area as part of the development, which is quite simple to do from here on. In summary, it's consistent with the planning scheme. Conditions can be imposed to manage the impacts that have been identified. Only use of 4 bedrooms, not separately let. There's sufficient car parks, and consistent with Council's amendment resolution. So on balance, it's recommended for approval.
Thank you. Councillor Clifford, would you like to speak to your...
Yep. Thank you. According to the report, there are 35 properties within 300 metres, which gives a saturation of short-term accommodation of 25%. And I say enough is enough. What we're looking at here is a 5-bedroom, I don't care which way you want to cut it, 2 car parking spaces. The roads around there are extremely narrow, and I just think enough is enough. Until we get some further controls over STAs. The other issue with short-term accommodation, we say we want tourists. I thought we were trying to attract someone to build a really nice 5-star hotel somewhere. While we keep doing this, no one's going to come into town and build a 5-star hotel. We're cutting off our nose to spite our own faces, and I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone would like to speak against the refusal? Councillor Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Put Madeline on the spot, maybe either if we went back to the presentation, I saw it there, or if it's easier, if you went to the agenda of page 126, or I saw the floor plans in the slideshow. They're a bit small there, that one there, yeah. So this is 2 separate units. There's no internal staircase, and I'll be looking to the director just to advise, we're so close to supporting this one. It's a new build, it's not taking away existing residential space, it's in Airlie Beach, but if you look to the top, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit with the master bedroom having an ensuite. If you look to the lower one, just above the green cross, they've got a TV room with an ensuite. Now, if I look at that and I don't believe that bit of text, to me that's a 3-bedroom unit, 2-bathroom, master bedroom ensuite. That's 2 3-bedroom units. There is not enough parking there for that. So just for me to look at it and say, oh, I've got an ensuite in my TV room, and that's not actually a bedroom, so therefore I don't need to provide parking for a 3-bedroom unit, is difficult for me to comprehend. I'll look to the director on this because we are putting in conditions of limiting to 4 bedrooms, 1 overall use, and for amenity issues I still look to our local law, but I do think it's interesting that the submission came from a professional town planner who raised concerns about the application's coordination with the strategic intent and the low density residential zone, which we recognised on a number of occasions. So just my question here for the director is, if this is 2 3-bedroom units, is that relevant to this application? And how does council deal with saying that's a TV room or not?
Through Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bowman raises an interesting point as far as we are considering this for short-term accommodation. You will find that a clear majority of short-term accommodations aren't used 365 days of the year for short-term accommodation purposes. So that allows the proponent to come up and utilise the premises. Now, so long as that's used as a single detached dwelling, that's fine. If the proponent wants to use it for short-term accommodation, that's okay if this is successful. If the proponent wants to use it as 2 separate dwellings, they've got to come back and apply because that land use isn't as of right on there. So what we're obliged to do is to look at this as far as, is it suitable for use for short-term accommodation? We've looked at the planning scheme, we've looked at the submissions, acknowledged who they're from, and think on the balance, it complies with the planning scheme. It's in the appropriate area where we are seeking tourist accommodation. And therefore, with conditions, we can manage all of the issues that have been raised as negative components about it, and it is able to be used as a single entity short-term accommodation.
I want to speak in favour of the original proposal. I think you know, we've gone through a process to really identify where we want to have short-term accommodation, or where we say it's going to be acceptable. And I think my concern here is this is obviously a vacant block, and we're looking to turn it into a house. So I think we have to be very careful that we don't start sending the message that we don't want people building houses and developing in our region. So I think, yeah, I note the director's comments there that I think you know, that need to be considered, but I'm very much supportive of continuing to build houses in our region. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of the original motion as well. Like, as the application as it stands is for a build, and totally support that. We're speculating on what it may or may not turn into down the track, and I don't want to, as you said, I'm supportive of it's a vacant block and there's a build potentially to happen. I don't want to stand in the way of that, and what might happen down the track, that's for Neil's team to look after. If they want to go for 3-bedroom units, well, so be it. And as far as the geo stuff and that's really not relevant to it's a build, whether it's short-term accommodation or a house. It's not really relevant to what we're looking at.
I'd like to speak to the matter before the current vote. Last one, Councillor Bunham.
Thank you. I would wonder, I've looked at the definition here of 2 units. To us, as said, existing use rights, they've only paid 1 lot of infrastructure charges. If they are building 2 separate dwellings, therefore we should be getting a separate lot of infrastructure charges. My concern here is if someone puts TV room on, that actually changes the amount of money that comes to council as a infrastructure charge as well, whether it's a 3-bedroom dwelling or a 2-bedroom dwelling. So there are financial implications on whether we believe people want an ensuite in their TV room. I also agree, a new build, new construction, and that's probably the teetering point here for me. You know, I've proposed previously about whether we should have some capping on this, but I think the fact that it is a new build and a new construction could be considered outside of that capping that we are adding to the residential development here. So I endorse the fact that people often have a granny flat that they use for Airbnb, or they stay in and let out the other part of the house, and that works for people with holiday homes. My issue here has been, is this 2 separate 3-bedroom units? And I think the director said that's not the decision we're making on this group.
Okay. Councillor Clifford, are you happy with the wording that's up there at the moment?
Yes, thank you very much. As I said, my concern is the density and the lack of parking on site. It is a 5-bedroom development. You're going to have more than 2 cars.
That's fine.
Yeah, I could just clarify a point there. This does propose 2-bedroom carport and an additional parking spot. Will they get approval for that extra crossover to allow for that additional parking spot? Or is that something separate? Can that be confirmed to us today, that they will be allowed to have dual crossover and 3 parking spots, or are we basing this decision on the fact that the planning scheme only supports 1 crossover and 2 parking spots?
But I'll take that on notice to get clarity, but the issue here is the plan submitted, where if councillors are of the mind to approve them, then we are approving those plans. We've had the engineers look at it, hasn't been raised as an issue, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay. So the motion that council refuse the development application for short-term accommodation at 31 Airlie Crescent, Airlie Beach, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. 2 to 5. Now, just moving back to the original motion, does anyone like to move the original motion? Move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Collins. I'm happy just to move forward to the vote on that. No further discussion? Okay. All right, the motion that council approve the development application for material change use short-term accommodation at 31 Airlie Crescent, Airlie Beach. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against?
Recorded against, please.
We're still just catching up, please. So,
That's right.
moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by
Councillor Collins.
Councillor Collins.
And so the motion was carried 5-2 with division recorded.
So what you've got on the screen there will still have to have subjective conditions added to it, just we're still catching up.
Yep, okay.
We'll have Councillor Bowman and Councillor Clifford reported against.
Yep.
Just bear in mind with this, we're still in training.
No,
Yeah, no
sorry.
problem.
Something in mind when you're comfortable to move on.
There are 2 attachments. Go to here and then there's
Thanks, Mayor, we're okay.
Thank you. All good. All right. All right, moving on to our next item, which is item 11.3, development application, the reconfiguration of a lot at 47 Wales Road, Dickey. Moved Councillor Wright, and you wish to
Yeah,
put on again?
yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could just quickly speak to this, so just move to,
Just get Councillor Wright speaking to it.
is that right? Yeah. So just the resolution, move a new resolution, the application for development application for development permit for reconfiguration of lot 1 into 2 lots, and access easement is recommended for approval subject to the conditions in attachment 3.4.3 and the amendment of conditions in 6.42, the internal access of the property. So we'd just like to, I think Madsy, you might have that, if you could put that up on the screen, if that's all right. But also just to quickly speak to this, so
Yeah,
we're,
let's get a seconder before we speak to it. Second, Councillor Simpson. Happy to speak.
Thank you, thank you,
Councillor Wright.
thank you, through the chair. So basically the internal access of the property, I think one of the conditions was that it was to be built to a standard, which is fine, but also to seal that particular road. And yeah, I think, I just believe this is a bit of an overkill, so we're just moving the amendment to say that still built to, I think it's 5.5 metres standard, without sealing.
Okay, so everyone clear with the amendment put forward there?
Is that just an additional condition, that 6.4?
No, it replaces 6.4 in the attachment.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a replacement condition. Okay, I might go to you, Director. You want to?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I get the presentation up, please, Matt? Keep going. 47 Gillies Road. As you can see, it is a rural residential zone surrounded by rural residential uses, not far off Strathdicky Road. There are several overlays on it. The general area is well vegetated, although a lot of it's obviously been cleared as far as the rural residential nature is concerned. As you can see, the proposal is for a lot to be at the end of a battle axe. The driveway is about 100 metres long, and the condition that Councillor Wright's just asked for is that the access be 5.5 metres wide, which will allow 2 vehicles to pass but not be sealed, which is a reflection on the volume of traffic that you would expect. Part of the land is affected by flooding, and there is a requirement for a geotechnical report. It hasn't been submitted, but it's easy to ask for that as far as a condition of approval. It is a cost that the proponent will be required to do, and obviously they're reluctant to do it before they get their approval across the line. The code allows 1 rear lot, and in this instance it is a second, so that has played on our mind as far as how it complies to the planning scheme. We've looked at it and we think it complies with the overall outcomes of the code. It's in a rural residential area. There's nothing against the sort of the character that's been created. Complies with the performance outcomes. So that, in our opinion, overrides the limitation of only agreeing to 1 rear lot. The condition for a 5.5 metre, in this instance, unsealed driveway is there. The technical report will come through later. So on the balance, recommended for approval subject to conditions.
Just in support of Councillor Wright moving this, being an internal access road, I don't feel it should be concrete or bitumen. Whoever purchases it, they can do whatever they like. They can seal it if they wish. After a couple of wet seasons, they probably will. But I think it's a bit onerous that we put something like a 5.5 metre concrete or sealed driveway in and start, because it just adds to the cost. But it's not really relevant to this, but it's concerning to me the amount of rural res that we have, that it's easily cut up and code accessible. So I'm hoping, Neil, your team can get the rural res strategy to us sometime this year so we can revisit some of these. It's because it borders on some agricultural properties as well, and it's concerning to me that anyone who owns rural res can cut these up without too much drama. So yes, I think it needs to be revisited down the track.
Any further comment? Councillor Wright?
Yeah, just through the chair, just to add also, I'm not sure, in that resolution also there was to be a part B. So sorry.
So we don't have those words, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, all we've got is this, and
They should be on what's been provided to Mads.
Yeah, I've got option 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Could you just
Part B is below option 4, so is that a part of part
that's correct.
2?
could you pull it up there for us, please?
So that just states council review the development manual standards for shared driveways in line with the standard adopted in part A. So it probably doesn't hurt just to have a look and review that.
So yeah, I think they've just captured the first part A of the recommendation, but there was a part B.
Sorry, yeah, I should have mentioned that.
Yeah, Councillor Simpson, are you happy with that as well? Okay.
Fair, just in relation to that part B, isn't that a separate motion to what we're dealing with here? Because that's dealing with reviewing the development manual standards across the board. I don't think it should be part of this motion. I think that should be a separate motion if we have to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to leave it then.
Happy to withdraw that section?
Yep.
Councillor Simpson, you happy with that section being withdrawn? Okay, any further comment, Councillor Bunn?
Just touch on maybe for preparing, do we actually need reasons for why we're going against the officer's recommendation on this one as well? And probably just to separate, I grew up on shared easement, so I think they'll end up wanting to change it at some point, but I'm also worried that I'll ask this question to the director, from my understanding, this was changed in the last amendment because of complaints and submissions from residents who were affected from dust and smoke being kicked up on unsealed driveways on Battle Axe rear blocks.
So I guess just touching first, I don't think we're going against the motion. We're amending the initial motion. I don't think there's any discourse around that, but Director McGaffin, do you want to talk
Thank you,
to
Mr. Mayor.
that last question?
That was the first part of my response. Thank you. The second part, we do get complaints about dust, and it's primarily the reason why the planning scheme says you should only have one battle axe. Now, I'm a big fan of not having battle axe in a residential environment. I think battle axe work a lot better in rural residential or rural properties. There have been instances where council have varied the standard in the past. From memory, I think the subdivision was on Wrights Road, where the council opted to vary the standard. And look, it's just a matter of coming back and giving a bit more thought to what council really think are the standards, what the traffic generation might be. I would suggest that the standards for giving access to 6 slots would be a lot different to giving to 2. So we'll come back with an indication on an assessment on what we think is appropriate for council to determine, so that the development industry is aware that we're looking at it, and they can contribute to it if they wish.
Last one, Councillor Bowen.
All right, thank you. When I look at it, first off, there appears to be another driveway between this driveway and the nearest house. So I see a point of difference there, that there's already an unsealed driveway between this one and the nearest house, especially downwind of the southeasters. And the other thing is I haven't got to go out there and drive by, but from the satellite imagery, it looks like they already have dual concrete going up there, definitely in sections. If we impose this condition to widen to 5.5, like excavating in proximity to existing concrete tracks could actually be more problematic than what's there.
Mr. Mayor, out on site there are 2 driveways very close to each other, and as I understand it, the driveway that's closest to Strathdicky Road looks as though it's sealed. It looks as though it was sealed a long time ago because there's quite a lot of potholes in it. My understanding is this driveway leads to Lot 2 and Lot 2 alone, so there will only be 2 properties getting access off it. I don't think that the construction, it's not completely flat, I'll give you that, but I don't think that constructing the access to the width will lead to any undermining or any issues for the safety or construction standards on any of the adjoining lots.
I'll wrap this one up. The motion that council approve the application for a development application reconfiguration of 1 lot into 2 lots at 47 Goals Road, Strathdicky, including the noted amendment. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2. Okay, moving on to item 11.4, development application for development permit material change of use, marine industry at 3344 Shute Harbour Road, Shute Harbour. Move Councillor Clifford. I'll second that one. Director McGaffin, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application's been in gestation for quite some time. The use has been there, and we've been working continually with the proponent to come to basically an agreed way forward. The land is owned mixed use, which might seem a bit strange given the marine salvage activity that approval is being sought for, but also being carried out from the site. But remember, there was a motel on the top that suffered a bit when Debbie came along, so that's the reason for the mixed use zoning. Access is from Shute Harbour Road. The picture on the screen is obviously a clear indication of how the development is set up. It is a bit strange that the allotment boundary sort of cuts through in the area that it does. It is adjacent to the Chute Harbour Marina development and roughly 300 metres from Chute Harbour Passenger Terminal. So what the proponent's looking to do: marine salvage, a mooring service, marine construction and commercial diving. There's been a lot of work done as far as environmental safety, access and things like that. Again, it's another picture. You can see sort of the remnants of the motel, or before the motel was demolished, on that slide. It gives you an indication about where the property gains access from Chute Harbour Road. In essence, industry activities are generally supported in a mixed-use zone. However, given the use, given where it's located and how it's set up, it's well located with access to the Whitsunday Islands. It's levelled, it has an environmentally strong seawall. There are an absence of unmitigated issues that the use is carried out from the site, and the conditions are imposed to cover and manage those. And look, there isn't too many other lots available in the region that would satisfy this type of use, so that favours in strongly the development. It was exhibited, no submissions lodged, so the recommendation is to approve it subject to conditions.
Thank you, Director. Any comment? Councillor Clifford?
Yes, thank you, Director. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is something that we desperately need to have in region. Anyone that was here and saw all the carnage after Debbie could not question it. It's not my ideal use for the site, but I do see the use as being very important to the area.
Thank you, Councillor Clifford. Any further commentary? Okay. The motion that Council approve the development application, material change use, marine industry at 3344 Chute Harbour Road, Chute Harbour. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 11.5, development application for preliminary approval, material change of use at Lascelles Avenue against the Whitsunday Enterprise Park. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Finlay. Director McGaffin, over to you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be known as the Whitsunday Enterprise Park, Lascelles Avenue, Gunyara, those who know the area, it's as you turn into the airport, it's on the land on your left before you hit the motorcycle park. It adjoins what I imagine would have been the old highway before it was straightened. It is in close proximity to the airport, and we think that's one of the things that favours the siting of it. Currently vacant, zoned industry investigation, and it's surrounded by rural land and the Motorsports Club. So they want a preliminary approval for the material change of use and subdivision, integrated commercial and industry development, and as I said, certainly taking advantage of the proximity to the airport and the Bruce Highway as far as an area where you can transfer from one mode of transport to the other, and certainly targeting at the logistics and supporting sectors that will look at all the freight going in and out of the airport.
Next slide, please, mates.
Thanks, mate. 6 precincts, buildings, as you would expect, industrial looking. It is set back from the street to enable some landscaping to soften the building footprint. They're seeking to vary the planning scheme. A couple of the issues were water supply and sewer. The water supply to the airport is about 8 kilometres away, and it's a private system, so it makes it very difficult. So there's not a reticulated water and sewer within a reasonable distance that would make it economically feasible to connect into. So the preliminary approval basically is saying, here's the proposal, so warehouse, medium impact industry, low impact, transport depot and service station. If they come back to council, if this is successful and they come back to council, they'll be treated as code accessible to the standards that are identified in the development. So that's the layout. The southern side of the land is where the creek is. The blue line represents the flood, 1% flood line. So all the development is located above that. The land is reasonably flat, and there is certainly a dam of sorts or a lagoon towards the rear of the property. The area is not in the priority infrastructure network area as far as the infrastructure plan is concerned. So that's another justification for not connecting it to reticulated water and sewer. If this is successful, then there is the removal of future submission rights. So a lot of the development applications that I mentioned, if they come in, they will be treated as code accessible, and the community won't be able to comment on it, even if they would like to. So we're comfortable with that because of the plans that are submitted give it a good indication of what is expected. There was a submission from the Motorsports Club, or sort of a reverse amenity type concern. What they don't want is for the future use to be saying, look, it's noisy and dusty and therefore we want to shut down the club. So we're very cognizant of that. And across the whole thing, in balance, approve it subject to the conditions that are listed.
Your Director. Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and for support this application. But again, it's an example of investors showing confidence in our region. And the one we just, prior to this one, we just approved, and the next one coming up as well on our agenda, Mr Mayor. So it's great to see the confidence in investors coming into our region, wanting to develop these developments, and it's great for council to see supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I didn't quite jump in early enough with this one. I fully support the use. I think it, as Councillor Finlay said, it's great for the region. It supports the airport. I did send an email off this morning to the Director in the Planning Department, which they've come back and supported me. It's just that within this preliminary approval, we're replacing the planning scheme with their development code. Within one of those assessment outcomes, it just mentions individual dwellings. Now, there's some discussion with the Director. I'll ask him to respond to this. I've emailed it to you just now, Madeline, if you would like to put it up for the mover and the seconder's consideration. And all that comes down to is the removing of some words of or individual dwellings from one of the assessment benchmarks. I just think, especially with sports clubs next door, I've looked through this, it does mention not creating reverse amenity, but I think when we are going to code accessible especially, not to mention dwellings in there. If it was caretakers accommodation or something like that, I'd be happy, but I don't think we would like to leave it open to be ending up with lawyers discussing whether we're actually supporting dwellings within this industrial estate. So I just put it to the mover and seconder that they consider just the removal of those three words. The whole thing does say that pedestrian access to the entrance of the buildings or individual dwellings are easily discernible from the primary street frontage. Now, that's all I'm saying is everything there works. I just have concern about mentioning dwellings within an industrial estate when it's resetting the planning.
That's all right.
Can I just ask, what does that actually mean, Craig? Because, yeah, that's...
If I may, Mr Mayor, the error occurred when we brought the code across from the planning scheme and didn't take the word dwellings out. Basically, the requirement is that if dwellings are going to be built, you need to be able to see where they are and get appropriate access to them. So in this instance, there aren't dwellings proposed in the plans that are submitted. So it means two things. One, either the condition requirement's obsolete and will never be acted upon, or it can be removed for exactly the same reason. So, yeah.
I guess the question is what dwellings in there? That's the question being asked, isn't it? So, on an industrial estate with transport and petrol stations.
But is a dwelling a shed?
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor, a dwelling will be kitchen, laundry, bathroom, bedrooms. So it will constitute a dwelling. It might be connected to another building or on top of another building or inside another building, but it will have to have those domestic functions.
Maybe.
Yeah, no.
So in an office, like, because they might have like a bathroom, depending what the use is, like it could have.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
An office with a bathroom might have a bathroom, might have a kitchen, but it's probably not going to have a laundry. So again, it'll be the design and layout and the intended use of, that's how we process it.
Okay, so I guess as far as the amendment's concerned, Councillor Collins, you got any thoughts? You're okay with that?
Yep.
And Councillor Finlay, you okay with that? Okay.
Just a quick question. I don't know if it's at the right time. I probably have to come back before we're building that. But if I remember correctly, years ago when we did the sports park out there, the lighting is a different height. Yeah, from the normal lights. Is this going to be under the same thing with this, or for the airport? There was a certain. I'm pretty sure there was a certain amount of light they had to have on it.
We haven't noticed anything in the application that's likely to create that bright environment that would make you think, is it going to be a hazard to the plane's landing? Happy to sort of look at that just to double check, but I wouldn't think that that's an issue.
Councillor Clifford.
Just in support of Councillor Collins, yes, I do believe that there was, and they had to be, sort of facing down and with very minimal spillage.
Thank you. I think that's a really good point. There is a mention which I looked at in relation to the bike track, which says that within their performance outcome is that the development do not create reverse amenity situations where the continued operation of existing uses is compromised by the proposed development. So I would think lighting and stuff would fall under that, hopefully. Probably while I'm up, the one question is, in the wording here, there's some stuff about manoeuvrability, but when I look at that plan, you've got 5 industrial sheds that comes to a dead end without a turnaround, on each arm. I know the main street has the cul-de-sac, but is that really what we're ticking off there today, that you can have 5 sheds that comes to a dead end without the ability for a truck to turn? Or?
Essentially, Councillor Bowman, yes, that's what we're looking at. We've had the engineers have a look at it, do the swept path analysis, things like that. It will satisfy access for a 19-metre semi. They won't be able to turn around, they're obviously going to back in and go out, so that is a manoeuvre that has been deemed acceptable.
Thank you. All right, any further commentary? No? Councillor?
Sorry, through the chair. Just with that individual dwelling, are you sure we're not tying things up too much here? Look, I don't know. Look, to me, that doesn't. Are we just getting caught up on the words?
Through Mr. Mayor. Look, to a certain extent we are, but I don't think it's inappropriate to take that out.
As long as it doesn't stop development, like that's what
it doesn't stop development. The dwellings aren't part of the application in this instance, and I think if they were keen to see the caretaker type activity like we had on the storage application that Chute Harbour Road, they had someone living there for security purposes. That hasn't been here. At the end of the day, if they come back, we'll get the application going, and it may have to be impact accessible. It doesn't become prohibited, so hopefully that will allay your fears.
Okay. All right, the motion that council approve the development application for material change of use made by Whitsunday Enterprise at Lascelles Avenue, Ganyara, subject to the conditions listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.6, development application.
Happy to move.
Yeah. Okay. All right, can I just read the item first? Development application for a material change of use, indoor sport and recreation facility, 17 Gregory Road, Bowen. I'll take a move from Councillor Finlay and a second from Councillor Wright. He's just a keen bean, so.
Keen bean, okay. Here with Pitbull Alley here and.
Director McGaffin, hand over here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Believe it or not, Mr. Mayor, but it's deemed an indoor sport and recreation arcade at 17 Gregory Street, Bowen. Major centre zone, great spot for it on the corner. It's amongst shops and food and drink outlets, so that's a very positive aspect. Previously used for the cafe and juice bar. Each tenancy has one car park. The requirement is for another, and they obviously can't provide it, so that's the reason it's come to council. 4 on-site parks, previous credit for 3, shortfall of 1. There has been an assessment of car parking undertaken in the area, and there's plenty of car parks. If there's any dilemma, the hours of operation of the arcade is likely to be out of sync with the adjoining shops, so again that alleviates some of the pressure for car parking in the area. Complies with the major centre zone, will add a bit of interest to the Bowen CBD. We certainly think there's sufficient parking in the area, complies with the overall outcomes of the code and the planning scheme, so on balance we think it's reasonable for approval.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Wright. She's a keen bean this time. So.
Look, I'd just like to, support this application. I think particularly being the chair of the youth working group in the region, I think it's really important that we support these types of developments, and particularly with the pharmacy in William Street relocating in the next month, I think it'll be great to have another business starting up in that area. So it's great to see, and it's really good to see some of these empty shops starting to fill up. So it's fantastic for the youth and for just business in general in Bowen.
That's right, Councillor Miller.
Stop the thunder, Mr. Mayor, but anyway.
I tried
tell
to
you
tell you.
that's for sure. It's me, I was young once and I'm still youthful now, so I used to visit a lot of these parlours, fun parlours, whatever they used to be called those days, and looking forward to actually going down there himself and having a go on whatever machines they have down there. But again, look, it's a great facility, it's going to be a great business and great for the town, great for the youth and the young and old, the other way around, whatever it is, but fully support them.
Question to you. You think you'll kiss Pitbull machine? Your Portofino cafe.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I only got around to it this morning. This is off the basis of something that Councillor Collins mentioned. I think giving up one parking spot for something that's mostly youth activity is something I circulated an email to the councillors and Director McGaffin this morning about the addition of a condition for a bike rack. I've emailed that to Madeline again for the mover and seconders consideration. From looking at it, I did send out a photo. There seems to be a spot there. The condition approves a bike rack to be installed on the corner of Gregory Street and William Street to council's satisfaction. I think that people will be going there on bikes and scooters, and to have somewhere to lock them is a good security thing. Hopefully it'll motivate more people to go there. One parking spot isn't much. For us to have this condition included would allow them to install that on the road reserve and the footpath area. They built right up to the boundary, so they can't put it on their land unless it was right round the back. And I'll ask a question to the directors here that to council's satisfaction means if there does become a safety issue or something like that, that this can be resolved to council's satisfaction rather than being forced upon them. And I think there is a spot that doesn't interfere with the width of the footpath there as it connects and flows through, and I think it'd be a great thing to help activate the business. The cost of a hoop bike rack, when I looked online, is about $100 bolted into the existing concrete. So I just propose to the mover and seconder that they consider the addition of that condition, and I think it would actually be a benefit for the development for there to be somewhere safe off the footpath that our kids can lock up what are now relatively expensive scooters. Thanks.
Any thoughts, Councillor Finlay?
Yeah, I don't want that condition to add to the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further commentary on the original motion? Okay, the motion that council approve the development application for material change use indoor sport and recreation arcade located at 117 Gregory Street, Bowen, as per the conditions I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. I've got a feeling it's going to cost me a bit of money.
What is there?
All right. Okay, so 11.7, as mentioned before, was withdrawn from the meeting by the applicant. Moving on to item 11.8, the Regional Strategy and Planning Quarterly Update. Can I have a mover, please? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Collins. Director McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I imagine that one's been withdrawn. We need to go to the next one. Yep, thank you. Mr. Mayor, in the quarter, the Cantervale Community Centre District Master Plan received federal grant funding to advance its development, $15 million, which has been a fantastic boost for the project. Now that Councillor Simpson is back, I can say that we started the rural residential strategy with Planning Services Australia in the last quarter. We're gearing up in this quarter, but certainly did a lot of background work in the last quarter of 2024. And one of the issues that we're dealing with is the new flood data that's come, and we're using it for the disaster side of all the work we do. And obviously that new data has an implication for all the flooding issues that we're experiencing in all of our areas, whether it be commercial, residential or rural residential. So there is updated data that we now have from the consultants. As I indicated before, look, business as usual was still quite strong, 74 plumbing applications, 278 inspections. The inspections are quite relevant in respect that they're all over the place. It would be good to have a council area that was only about 40 or 50 square kilometres, but we don't quite have that, so the boys are going all over the council area. Building services, again, it's interesting that the applications lodged through private certifiers continues to be strong. A little bit of an increase in calendar year 2023, but certainly competitive. And the diagraph on the right shows where the main activity was as far as the building services are concerned. Development compliance, it's a growing area, certainly following up short-term accommodation, buildings without approval, and certainly working with the health team as far as the asbestos removal from a couple of buildings. 54 compliance inspections in the quarter. Not all of those result in PIN notices or anything else like that, but they generally result in at least one piece of correspondence that starts the ball rolling after we receive a complaint. So certainly a lot of work there. Development assessment, again, I was surprised I had to check that there was only 2 applications that went to council. in those 3 months at the end of 2024. Nonetheless, 99 applications were lodged, and as I indicated previously, the Planning and Environment Court ruled in Council's favour for the refusal of the storage facility at the corner of Tropic and Shute Harbour Road at Cannonvale. And that's it.
Thank you, Director. Comments? Councillor Bond?
Thank you. I think it's great that we're getting these reports back into the agendas and out there, including community services that will be coming up. I think it does assist in our transparency and also shows how busy people are and what they're getting up to out there. So it's more along with the operational plan. The one question would be the mention, I know it's been a significant investment of ratepayers' money into the ACOM stormwater modelling and that we're advancing through that process. Just a question relative to when that will be available to the public through online mapping and actually adopted to the planning scheme. So I know for people that are investing or building that the latest modelling would be of interest to them. I know it comes before you in a lot of cases, but just how are we progressing at getting that latest information?
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr Mayor. We are continually using it. We are obviously sharing that with the industry so that they are working off the same platform. There is a process to go through. In fact, I spoke to Director Adam Haggie during the week as far as is he progressing the data to come to council by the disaster avenue rather than the development assessment avenue. So my understanding is that that's the way that it'll come to council, but certainly it would be remiss of us if we did not use the updated data in what we do and how we do it. So that's what we're doing.
Any further commentary? Probably just second what Councillor Bowman said there. I think it's good to have this report to come back to council, particularly from a transparency point of view, and I think really supports the message out to the community that there is some progressive work happening. We're seeing some good things occur in this instance in our regional strategy and planning directorate, and really I guess provide that transparency around some of the developments that are happening in our region, and it's an exciting report to read from my perspective. So the motion that council note the regional strategy and planning directorate report for the period October to December 2024. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, I'll note that there is morning tea up there now, so I'll move to adjourn for morning tea at 10:33. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Everyone okay to resume? Councillor Finlay? All right, let us know when you're ready, Matt.
Yes, ready.
Kicked off. All right. So we'll resume the meeting at 10:59 a.m. The next item on our agenda is item 11.9, donation sponsorships, in-kind requests and grants approved January 2025. Can I move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford? Hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's just a summary of the donations, sponsorship in kind for grants for January 2025. For our junior elite grants, we had 6 approved, totaling $1,500, and all the athletes were all selected to compete at a North Queensland level. We had 6 approved sponsorships, totaling $16,000, and we had 3 sport and rec club grants, and they total $4,000. I'll take them. Report as read, Mr. Mayor, and answer any questions that councillors may have.
Any questions or comments, councillors? Okay. The motion that council received the report noting the financial support for the 3 programs listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.10, special project grant applications round 2.
Mayor, just to clear up a slight conflict of interest on the Treasurer's Executive Officer of the Balance Committee Council.
Thank you, councillor.
I thought we were going to get him for the whole meeting too.
Okay, can I move councillor Wright, second councillor Collins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. These are the 3 applications for round 2 of the special project grant application. So that round 2 is from November 24 through to January 25. The recommendation is for council to approve the following. It's the Proserpine Rugby League Football Club Incorporated $10,000, Bowen Community Centre $9,750, and the PCYC Whitsunday, which is actually the Queensland Police Citizens Youth Welfare Association, for $7,486. I would, if councillors would like a quick summary of what the projects are.
Yes,
Yep, no problem. So the Proserpine Rugby League football club, that's is towards the cost of developing a master plan for Les Stade Oval. The total cost of the project is $23,930. The applicant will be contributing $13,930 towards the project, with council $10,000, which is the maximum for special projects. Bowen Community Centre. It's towards the cost of planning to host 2 significant events in 2025. The project cost being $13,000 and council with $9,750. So the Bowen Community Centre are planning to host the 2 events for the year. It's a family fun day that aims to highlight the various services available in Bowen. The families can access the support. Fashion parade that will involve different NDIS services in town to showcase the importance of recycling. And the project will benefit the community by providing opportunities for families to gain valuable information about the free services and strengthen the centre's connection to the community, fostering a sense of trust and reliability. And the last one, the PCYC, is for, basically it's for furniture and white goods and painting in the centre. And the total cost is $9,986, with council's contribution being $7,486. It's proposed to contribute to the cost of fridge and kettle, 5x4 seater meeting tables, 15 chairs, wireless intercom, and repaint the use space. So just a bit of an explanation, given this is at the PCYC. The Queensland Police Citizens Youth Welfare Association is a registered not-for-profit community organisation primarily concerned with the development of youth through the provision of sporting and recreational activities. Their affiliation with the QPS, Queensland Police Service, provides a unique link between Queensland Police and youth of the community. The PCYC Whitsunday is requesting funds to enhance the space that assists with the delivery of actual youth programs. The benefit of this project, we believe, will help create a safe space for community connection and youth engagement by encouraging teens to come together, engage with service providers and police while enhancing their sporting skills. Also to encourage continued participation in the PCYC programs for personal development and sporting engagement. And the total, Mr. Mayor, is $45,160 for the three.
Thank you, Director. Commentary, questions?
Wonderful projects.
Just a question from me, Director, I guess on the PCYC one there. I guess, you know, the interaction with GPS, do we know if they're contributing to the project, or do we have an understanding of sort of what their contributions generally are to the initiatives of PCYC?
Mr. Mayor, like their contribution, well, the applicant, they'll be contributing $2,500 towards the project. Not sure whether it's coming from QPS or the PCYC, but that's their contribution anyway, which is what the policy advises.
Yep. That's fine.
Maybe only a number misread. I read the 3 projects, all under 10 or 10,000 to 7,500, add up to 27,000.
Sorry, sorry, Councillor. I should mention that that's what we spent to date. So we have plenty in the budget to support these. Yeah.
Any further councillors? Okay, the motion that council approve the payment of special projects grants round 2 to the recipients listed in the report for the amounts listed, I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. Someone please let Councillor Finlay back into the room, please.
Oh, Pete, well, you can come up here.
Councillor Finlay, the motion was carried. Item 1111, Whitsunday Regional Sports Precinct. Move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Wright. Director Bradshaw, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, you will be familiar with this parcel of land. It was purchased back in 2010 for the purchase of a regional sports park, and at that time we had entered into a long-term lease. That lease has since expired, and over the last 6 to 12 months we've been working on what a master plan for that site would look like in terms of future planning. We'll also have some recognition that part of that funding has also been received via government grants. In terms of the master planning that's been undertaken so far, what's been identified is that there is still a large portion of that site that could continue to be used for productive agricultural use, as had been previously. That land was under cane for a good part of the last 5 to 10 years. Knowing that the work that would come forward in relation to progressing the regional sports park would happen over a number of stages, it's been identified that a portion of that land could be put back to the market. This report seeks to gather council support and agreement for that to occur, so that a balance of that land can be put out to the market. And in this instance, we've actually designated it for the purpose of cane farming. It had been used for cane farming over the last 5 to 10 years, and we see that as a positive contribution to the local industry, but also it provides us some relief from having to maintain the land, which at the moment needs some level of maintenance, which is a cost to council as well. So it does provide both an economic opportunity as well as an opportunity to reduce costs for council. The land in question is a portion of the land, and what we have identified through the planning work is that there can be a separation of that land designated by the current Cane Railway siding, the current Cane Railway that traverses that block. In clarification for previous advice, that land is actually designated under the Sugar Industry Act legislation as a designated pathway. It's not a registered easement as such, it's built into the title of the land. We would use that to designate the boundary. We have had interest expressed about using that land, including from prior users of that land. So it's important that we put it back into the market and go through a process in which we can bring back the outcomes to council for further consideration should this report be progressed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to answer questions and have the manager available for any detail.
Councillor Clifford.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Jason. What term are you looking at the lease over?
Thank you. I might ask the manager to talk about that. We have a number of options and some of that would be outlined in the expression of interest document that we put forward, but I'll ask Peter to talk to that in a level of detail.
Through Mr. Mayor, initially a term of 5 years, we believe would be reasonable in consideration of the master planning work, but what we would do is actually look for interest on that and actually maybe look at an incremental 5 plus also additional years on top of that as the master plan develops. Land may be used for availability and also perhaps a transition on reducing the parcel under lease so that we can expand the master plan as it goes from there, but still allow some sort of cane production as we go and still get the return but not having to do that maintenance work on the parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just see from the wording of the resolution that it doesn't lock us into these. I'm just wondering if it's being open to consideration of whether the cane rail tracks actually stay in our control, or whether it would be better in being part of the lease. I can imagine for anyone dealing with the leasee might be easier than going through local government. And then therefore for us, with the development of the sports park, we'd be able to fence or block off our side of the railway track for safety and have that in their control and management.
Through Mr. Mayor and Councillor Bowman, the right that the cane rail actually has on the parcel is actually called as an access right under, as the Director said, the Sugar Industry Act. So that also provides for a requirement to access either side of the railway for maintenance. So putting up a fence barrier there on either side probably is not allowable. So the idea is to actually keep the cane farmer portion away from the actual tenure, so they don't have to deal with it from the actual mill itself, and they can deal with it ourselves because we're regular contact them with the consultation group. But putting it where it is probably won't affect it either way because they'd have the same limitation on the use of the land and access requirements.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I think that's a good news story from both sides. So hopefully we can get the sports park up and running sooner rather than later, and also maybe some sugar production on the parcel of land that we're not utilising. But so the initial tender would go out for 5 years. So yeah, I just make sure down the track most cane growers are pretty reasonable people. That's what I understand. But yeah, to make sure the lease documents are fairly flexible for both parties after that, so we can both utilise whatever, like take some back for the sports park, and as long as the growers have like a little bit of time, a year or so up their sleeve, so they know not to fertilise. But I think it's a good story for both sides. So let's hope we can get some more funding and get the sports park up and running.
Anything further? Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion that council approve the invitation of tenders as part of a land lease located at lot 35. I won't even try and read that, but as per the report, for the purposes of cane farming. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.12, Community Services Quarterly Report October to December. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Wright.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillors, just Just a brief summary of the quarter. So the second quarter of the 24-25 financial year saw the events team quite busy with 13 council external plus 4 internal events held, and we estimated that hosted approximately 2,370 attendees. The events included the Kids Fishing Day at Lake Proserpine in October, two Sustainable Sculpture Awards event in November, plus during December, all things Christmas, of course, along with the monthly movie nights at Early Foreshore. Each of the region's libraries continue to be quite busy with borrowings and attendance at the many, plus the many programs that the libraries host. That totalled 160, including both internal and external programs, along with another 133 programs to be added for the First Five Forever, basically project programs that we have throughout that quarter. E-libraries are interesting as the borrowings continue to increase for the quarter in comparison to the same period in 2023. October finally saw the completion of the Collinsville swimming pool being reopened with the new tiling, and of course the installation of the bulkhead being completed, along with the temporary stinger nets installed at Dingo Beach, Cannavale Beach and Boathaven Beach in time for the stinger season. Patronage at the Early Beach Lagoon started to increase. However, attendance after 8 p.m. is still rare or very low. So the lagoon's water maintenance contract also changed over to new contractors in November, beginning of November, and it's quite obvious to see that the water quality is unbelievable at the moment. The Proserpine Entertainment Centre had quite a number of performances during the quarter, with 20 events being held, including 10 dance school concerts, along with 46 cinema sessions, including featuring 11 different movies. Just on 8,850 tickets sold during the 3 months, with a huge total of 73,200 Facebook reaches and 64,632 website hits for the quarter, which is amazing. Over the quarter, Community Services and Facilitation received 953 customer requests, CRMs basically, with 667 of those completed. Just the Environmental Health and the Local Laws Unit themselves received 773, with 545 completed. Given both local laws and environmental health licences renewals are issued during this quarter, the admin team generated 2,717 pieces of correspondence, actioned 6,233 Civica and ECM registrations, plus answered a total of 2,737 telephone calls. It's really quite a busy quarter for the entire directorate. Customer service saw 4,489 visitors through the service centres during the quarter, and issued a total of 30,741 receipts. The work camp ladies, along with Daniel, our WRC Community Project Officer, they battled the heat and assisted a number of community organisations with over 1,600 hours of maintenance and mowing work. The NRM team conducted a erosion and sediment control workshop with 12 attendees, always quite timely with the wet season coming. A water sensitive urban design workshop was also organised with 8 attendees. The purpose of that workshop is to learn how to manage stormwater on development sites during and post development. Of course, I think councillors will remember we had a new small yellow crazy ant infestation that was discovered at Sugarloaf in mid-September, and then that was treated during October. December also saw the yellow crazy ant baiting occur, along with the new infestation at Shoothaven being mapped and treated. Again, the area appears to be linked to house construction. The infestation covers approximately 3 hectares. And lastly, the little red flying foxes returned to town in Strathmore Street, Belmore Street and Stanley Street, Collinsville. And their population totalled 1,750 in approximately 7 properties. And of course, there's more numbers there at the moment. So that's it, councillors. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One thing, Director Julie, at the bottom of the report, there's a mentions a survey on walking tracks. Thought, is there any updates on the Bingo Beach Holiday Bay walking tracks? I just can't help myself. I've had a couple of messages while I've been away on holidays. Yeah.
I would say that the last time I spoke to Scott a couple of days ago, no. However, I'll check with him again at the break and I'll let you know if there's been anything in the last little bit.
I can confirm that there's been a follow-up letter to the Minister. So we've written once a response to lodge the survey plans we hadn't fully completed. That's now been done, and then the letter's been sent to the Minister again for further follow-up on the letter response.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a broad general question. These yellow crazy ants, they've clearly come in from overseas because they're not ours. Do we have any recourse against Border Protection or whoever the hell it is that's supposed to check this stuff? And, you know, the product's supposed to be fumigated and all that. So there's clearly been a breakdown at the federal level. And are we being subsidised in any way for the time and effort and expense that we're going to?
Yes, maybe could you talk to whatever grant we're possibly receiving to support that?
Scott, Councillor Scott is chasing everything and anything that he possibly can in regards to this. More than confident we know how they're coming in. So this is just something that's just not for this region. Okay, it's greater than that, and there's a number of regions have them, and so whatever he can get his hands on, he is at this point in time. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the councillor's concerns. I think we're doing pretty well compared to Townsville, where a lot of them are coming here. But as the director spoke to, I know part of our Reef Guardian funding came down through the federal government, is included in this. So it is an added cost and a burden on our department, but I do know the funds are coming through because debating in the program isn't cheap.
It's a rock.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Director Julie, a good news story, and I did just want to thank the aquatic side of the communities team just in regards to the Collinsville pool. Just recently with the works with the bulkhead being installed, we have found there was a need within the community to put a new disability chair because it was located on the smaller section of the pool, and at times with schools coming and learn to swim, it's not always, the pool's not always accessible to those people who need a bit of assistance into the pool. So well, yeah, we have come up with the solution to add another disability chair to the larger section, the 25 metre side of the pool. So yeah, it can be used all day, every day. So it's just, yeah, that's a fantastic outcome. Thank you very much. And also just to touch on the pool heaters across the region, do we check to make sure the heaters are in good working order before it does start to get a bit cooler?
Mr. Mayor, councillors, the pool heaters are under review. Adam's not here, but the capital team have it at the moment. There is problems with the heaters. They're not getting enough. Basically, in the way I understand it, is the pipes aren't big enough to push the pressure through. Okay, so this is where the problem is coming through with the heating. So the capital team have that. They're reviewing with the folk that put them in the first place, and that's all good. Collinsville, I believe is right to go. Okay, probably needs to start to with the rain cools the pools quite considerably, and of course the wind. That's what Bowen's competing with at the moment. The wind cooling it. So Bowen and Proserpine completely separate. Need to have review through capital. Where the one in Collinsville, it's operational, and I do believe that it was checked last week by the electricians, so should be able to be.
It was mainly Collinsville, but yeah, I'll take that up with that.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything further on that report? Okay, the motion the council receive the Community Services and Facilitation Quarter 2 report. To the vote, those in favour? motion was carried unanimously. Okay, that's the end of our officers' report, but as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, we did have a supplementary agenda item and late report at 13.1, which we'll move to now, which is the monthly finance report. Can I have a mover, please? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Collins. Director Bradshaw, I'll hand over to you.
Mr. Chairman. Councillors, again, apologies for the lateness of the report. We have a range of competing needs at the moment around our budget reviews, budget development and monthly reporting, so we'll try and get them into the agenda proper as we prepare. The report for the period to the end of 31st of January, for some context, does report an operating deficit. That is due simply to the timing of council's rate levies. So in the normal forecast of events, we would have run those levies in the last week of January. Given we've got a range of changes in staffing and work in relation to properties within the system, they won't run until February. As a result, that revenue of $50+ million hasn't been recognised in the month of January. It'll be recognised in the month of February. So that is the significant reason for the change in position to report the deficit at the end of January. Rate notices have now issued. They have been out and about for a few weeks now. So staff are working busily in answering questions, and that revenue should start to flow in over the coming weeks. I did simply want to highlight a couple of issues within the report. So direct spend is sitting down. Wages are pretty much on budget in the operating budget. So what we are noticing is that it is becoming evident that the cost of doing business is increasing for council in the accounts that we're receiving and the costs to do our work and the estimates that come forward. So that's something that we'll continue to watch and monitor through the balance of the financial year. You'll also note there is a decrease in the cash position, partly because we were delayed in rating, but also partly because we are spending the budget and the capital program is being delivered. I did want to draw to your attention on page 6, the cumulative capital delivery report. We've actually mapped in there what are the committed costs drawn against purchase orders into that graph to give you a little bit more context. So the line that proceeds, in an upward direction is the budget spent across the financial year. If you have a look at the actual commitments of, January is just over 38 million. You'll also see $32 million in committed costs, so that's where orders have been drawn and work is being actioned. So it is relatively on track based on our current commitments, but I think there will be some impacts of the weather events from this month that will flow through, and that will come through in future reporting. The ratios are all within the bounds bar the operating deficit. You'll see a red cross in that box, and again it's referenced by the position that we find ourselves in with the rating. We continue to recognise the assets and the capitalisation throughout the financial year. That will see some movements in and out of both the work in progress, but also in increasing the asset values in the statement of financial position for council. Mr Mayor, I'm happy to take the balance of the report and read it to answer any questions that council might have.
Questions or comments? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. I'll be fire off here and answer them. I definitely agree with the capital delivery graph. When I look at this one to compare what's in our operational plan report, I wonder whether that's within our definitions to shift this across, because I think this shows where we are at with commitments rather than what's in that one. I know a lot of this is to do with scheduling of the rates going out. Was there a delay in us actually getting some out, and is that going to be affecting the discount period for anybody, or is there something we need to do with discount periods? And my last question is just relative to page 9 in our sustainability ratios. I understand in the scheduling that's affected our surplus ratio, which is flagged as red. But in our leverage ratio, the targets are 0 to 3 times. We're at 3.58, and we're still ticked off on that one. Is that the top end of 3, is it? Or is it I know it'll come back in, but I'm just wondering how it's flagged there as within the targets, if it seems to be standing outside. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I might start at the back and come forward, Councillor Bowman. So what you are looking at there is also the 5-year averages within the bounds as well. So whilst it might appear 0 to 3 times as sort of a target range, we're also judging the fact that the 5-year average is within range as well. It's something that we'll continue to monitor, but it also reflects that the debt repayments in relation to the debts held with Queensland Treasury Corporation are only paid on a quarterly basis. So that will be impacted in the March quarter and the June quarter. So it is a little bit skewed with the timing of the payments there as well. I take your point in relation to the comments on the delivery. What we had been spending time doing is validating the accuracy of the purchase orders and the timing of the work. So we do have cash flow spends across the capital program where people are forecasting what works will occur at what time. That is not an exact science, so there will be a few ups and downs, but what we are finding is we're getting better at doing that, and that's why we're trying to reflect more accurately the commitments that are in there, and also validating that work is being performed at the speed at which we thought it would be performed. What was your third question?
Just about the rates delivery.
Rates delivery, yeah. No, there won't be impacts right across the board. There are always, of the 19,000 odd rate notice, there are always a small amount that come to us, and then we resend on for a whole range of reasons. Each of those we work with on a case-by-case basis. What has been occurring is a continued turnover of properties, so we actually try at the point at which we rate to have all the transfer documents and anything that we're aware of from Department of Resources up to date, so that we are issuing correct rate notices. There'll always be a case that, you know, a week after we've sent the notices, we get another pile of changes, rearranges. So that's a constant process for us to work through. But we have communicated the notices are out and about. There have been some variability in the postal deliveries, so we've been working through that as well. But we're also helping people with the copy notices if they're contacting us early in advance. Team work really hard at this time of the year to make sure we're servicing. You will see our staff here on the weekend and ringing people on a Saturday morning, and you know we'll follow through to make sure that we're giving everybody every opportunity to get their notice and pay. So yeah, no delays expected at this point.
Further comment on the monthly report? Okay, the motion that Council receive the monthly financial report included in the unaudited financial statements for the period ending 31 January 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we move now to item 12, which is our confidential business. Move, Councillor Clifford.
Do you want to do late?
That was the late. Yep. Yep. Second, Councillor Wright. Thank you. So the motion that Council close the meeting to the public at 11:32 a.m. in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Coming out of confidential 11:56 a.m. When you're back on, please. All good. Okay. So the first item is item 12.1, auction for intention to sell land for rate and arrears. The motion that council resolves the sale of land proceedings as per the report. Moved Councillor Wright, second Councillor Simpson. So the council resolved the sale of land proceedings per the report. I won't go into the detail there, but I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 12.2, which is the Bowen Aerodrome hangar. Moved for Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Wright. Motion that council take possession of the abandoned hangar at the Bowen Aerodrome and write final letters. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 12.3, commercial negotiation. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. Motion that council take the following action as per the report. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. And item 12.4, Flagstaff Hill Cafe. I'll move that one with the updated resolution there, and second Councillor Wright. The motion that council authorise the CEO to enter into negotiations to execute a lease as per the detail in the report. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, last item is item number 14, matters of importance. Would any councillors like to raise any matters of importance? Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to, through the Director of Engineering and Construction, whatever his title is this week, because I always lose them, to pass on my personal thanks to the teams that have been out there patching the roads and fixing water main breaks, which is another matter, but we won't deal with that now. But I really do appreciate the manner in which it's been done. Thank you.
Councillor, any further? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the chair. Just in regards to our earlier conversation with part B of part of that resolution in regards to the development manual standards and just a review on that. So yeah, I thought we could just sort it out in that one, because we don't have to accept it, it's just purely a review of that, but happy to move a separate motion that council reviews the development manual standards for shared driveways in line with the standard adopted. In line with the standard adopted. Move that.
Okay, do we have a second for?
Sorry, we'll just need to get that properly documented. So,
maybe if you'd like me just to read that again, I'll just change it a little bit. Council reviews the development manual standards for shared driveways. If we could just review that, please.
wording after part A?
I think it's just a review of the development manual standards, so just to come back to
Can
council.
we finish it at driveways?
Yeah.
Yep.
Any advice, Director?
That's ready, thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder on that at all? Councillor Simpson. Motion that council reviews the development manual standards for shared driveways. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried 5-2. Okay, anyone else got Okay, councillor Collins.
I've had a couple of calls. Just a question to the CEO. Collins, on the tenders contracts over $200,000 on the internet, 1,133 and $6,065.02 for the hub design and community centre and the precinct master plan. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, I'll have to take the notes and have a look through it. So that's a costing for the Collinsville.
Master plan and the hub design, yeah. $1,133,065.02. Would that include GST? And also, if we have any adjustments to those plans, is it going to cost us any more than that?
My guess is that is the actual cost of doing the full detailed design, architectural drawings and the other components.
Is that normal? That's basically 10%.
Project's $14.5 million in relation to it, so I'll check that and come back to you in relation to the details.
Thanks.
Anything further, councillors? Okay, on that note, I'll close the meeting, declare the meeting closed at 12:02 p.m. Thank you everyone for your attendance.